Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House insist on its position on SB 374.
Chairman Dempsey has moved that this House insist on its position with regard to Senate Bill 374. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 374 by Senator Tillery, the 19th, Huffstetler, the 52nd, Burke, the 11th, and Kennedy, the 18th, being entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 4, Chapter 12, of Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia Data Analytics Center so as to provide for definitions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey to explain the motion.
Data bill that we passed, the Senate disagreed and amended it, and it needs further work. We insist on the House version.
Chairman Dempsey has moved that the House insist on its position on Senate Bill 374. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and this House has insisted on its position on Senate Bill 374. Chair recognizes Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House insist on its position on SB 516.
Representative Buckner moves that this House insist on its position on Senate Bill 516. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 516 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, Mullis, the 53rd, and others, being entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions of solid waste management so as to require the Environmental Protection Division to contract with the Department of Revenue to collect certain fees.
Chair recognizes Representative Buckner to explain her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House made some changes to Senate Bill 516 after we got some additional information from the Department of Revenue. The Senate did not necessarily agree with those changes, but we are very close to an agreement if we could just get to conference and work out a couple of details. Thank you.
Representative Buckner has moved that this House insist on its position on Senate Bill 516. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House has insisted on its position on Senate Bill 516. All right, we're going back now to the supplemental rules calendar, and the clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 798.
House Resolution 798 by Representative Maynard of the 56th. A resolution creating the Joint Study Committee for Cannabis Waste Disposal and Recycling. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Maynard to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Resolution 798. The state of Georgia has been doing a lot with cannabis, and the plant of cannabis, we use just a portion of it, and most of the plant is not used, and so this is a study committee to look at all of the different things that we can do with the cannabis waste, and I would love your support in H.R. 798. I yield the will.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Bentley rise? She waves. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of House Resolution 798, the ayes are 153, the nays are 3. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 881.
House Resolution 881 by Representative Jackson, the 128th, and others, a resolution encouraging each public school in this state to study the civil rights era and related subjects described herein to affirm their commitment of the free peoples of the state to reject bigotry. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Mac Jackson to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you House Resolution 881. I want to thank Speaker Ralston, Chairman Dave Belton, Representative Al Williams, Representative Matt Glanton, Representative Will Wade, Representative Chris Irvin, and Representative Carolyn Hughley for the work they did on this resolution. This is a fitting resolution to honor the teachings of nonviolence as taught by Dr. King. As most of us know, April 4th, 1968 was the day that Dr. King was killed in Memphis, Tennessee. And this resolution encouraged each public school in this state to study the civil rights era. There's no greater authority on the destructive nature of bigotry than there is a better cure than the working philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his principles of nonviolence and social justice toward productive goals. We have a letter here from Mayor Andre Dickens supporting this bill and others. And Mr. Speaker, that's the gist of the bill, and I ask for your favorable consideration if there are no questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Holly up in the gallery for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Just want to thank you, sir, for working amongst his colleagues here in the spirit of bipartisanship, as well as having the faith to know that you can touch this issue and show that it is not a divisive concept, but it's certainly one that we've unified under. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have no further questions.
I yield the will.
We have another member that wished to speak on the bill. The chair recognizes Chairman Dave Belton to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the Speaker's leadership as well on this really necessary resolution, and also my relationship with Representative Mac Jackson and also Al Williams. You know, it's easy to talk about the things we're against, but what are we for? And this is what we're for. We believe Dr. King's nonviolent principles of social justice provide the best antidote to what is ailing this nation. We also believe there's no greater authority nor a better cure than Dr. King's principles of servant leadership. Civility and tolerance have to be learned. They do not automatically come to us through one generation to another. Our children need to learn the value of each and every human life. You know, Dr. King didn't cancel Thomas Jefferson. He celebrated our founding fathers. He invoked the famous promissory note embracing the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. This resolution is not just about the past. It's about celebrating the victory on an international scale, the transcendent message of Dr. King. And it's about teaching our new generation how places like the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia, the White Revolution in Afghanistan, the Carnation Revolution in Portugal, the People Power movement in the Philippines, the Solidarity movement in Poland, the Singing Revolution in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia, the liberation of Bulgaria, the Golyanad of Romania, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and most recently and most importantly, the Orange Revolution in the Ukraine in 2004 that gave those brave Ukrainians the freedom in the first place. These things did not happen by accident. They were taught in large measure by the words of Dr. King. Missouri's made a similar resolution, so has Pennsylvania, Colorado, Texas, Tennessee, South Carolina. I urge Georgia to do the same. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of House Resolution 881, the ayes are 160, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. I'm going to ask all members of the House to please take your seats. All members, please take your seats. Madam Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Brian P. Kemp and his guest wait entrance to the House chamber.
Madam Doorkeeper, please allow the Honorable Brian P. Kemp, Governor of Georgia, and his party to enter the chamber of this body. Members will please come to order. This House will come to order. All members will find seats. We are truly honored to be visited tonight by a special Georgian that has been a leader in this state now for coming up on 3.5 years, I guess. Brian Kemp's made some tough decisions. You know, it's easy to talk. Deciding is hard. Governing is hard. And he's had to govern through some very, very challenging times, and he's governed well. And I appreciate the great working relationship that he and I have had, and he and this body, this session and over the years. And I'm just delighted that he and his family would join us tonight with First Lady Marty Kemp, and the girls are here. Please help me welcome to the podium the Governor of Georgia, Brian P. Kemp.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Speaker Ralston, Speaker Pro Tem Jones, Leader Burns and Beverly. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I want to thank you for allowing Marty and the girls and me the opportunity to join you at the start of what I'm sure will be a very quick rest of the evening. I will say this, Mr. Speaker, this House has governed through some tough times too, and your governor's appreciative of that. Once again, we end where we started, together, perhaps a little worse for wear, after long nights of study and passionate debate since I first addressed this chamber back in January, but no less dedicated to the hard-working people of Georgia that we are privileged to serve. I know you have miles to go before Speaker Ralston can officially proclaim sine die, so I'll be brief. But this has been a historic legislative session, and not just because of the unprecedented corniness of Don Hogan's daily jokes. In my State of the State address, I called for a teacher pay raise of $2,000, fully delivering on a promise to raise salaries of those leading our classroom by $5,000 in my first term. An additional $1.4 billion in direct funding for our K-12 schools, so that we invest now more per student than ever before. Legislation to ensure parents have full access to their child's education and children are not being exposed to obscene materials. The addition of 1,300 healthcare program slots through USG, TCSG, and other institutions. A priority of this House, the expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers to a full year. Funding for a new anti-gang unit in the Attorney General's office, enabling legislation to give Attorney General Chris Carr the ability to partner with the GBI and local law enforcement to investigate and prosecute these dangerous criminals. An additional trooper class of 75 cadets and pay raises for our brave men and women in state law enforcement. Expansion of high career programs to include law enforcement and criminal justice degrees. Legislation to add human trafficking to the list of serious, violent, and sexual offenses that require a Superior Court judge to grant bail, something I know that our First Lady Marty Kemp and the girls and I are especially appreciative of. I also want to thank them for all that they've done to advance this cause and how you all have helped them. And I've asked for other budget and legislative items that prioritize education, health care, and public safety. 81 days have passed since I delivered that address, and in that time you had delivered on every one of these items and much more, including a refund of over $1 billion back in the pockets of hardworking Georgians, a gas tax suspension, and a tax exemption for career military service members. And you delivered on truly something that is very monumental, with unanimous, bipartisan support, along with your counterparts across the hall, the Speaker's Mental Health Parity Bill, which I had the honor of signing earlier today. Congratulations. As I said at the bill signing, with the passage of HB 1013, Speaker Ralston, Spiro Amburn, their staff, Representatives Mary Margaret Oliver and Todd Jones, and everyone in this chamber has truly made history. Congratulations again on that great achievement. It is yet another reason why people will talk about this session for years and possibly generations to come. So on behalf of the entire Kemp family, everyone on my staff, and all Georgians, thank you for your leadership. But as I always say, we must never rest on our laurels. And we've got a little bit of work left to do this evening. Specifically, as the evening progresses, I'm looking forward to continuing the critically important conversation on the best ways to achieve an income tax cut for hardworking Georgians, on fairness in school sports, divisive concepts, and I know you've got to pass that historic 23 budget, Chairman England. Thank you for your work on that. As our time together this session draws short, I want to especially acknowledge those who have elected not to return to this show that never ends. We're saying goodbye to many dedicated public servants, too many to name in full, in each an institution in this historic place in their own right. But there's one in particular I want to single out, Dean Smyrie, soon to be ambassador. Over the course of nearly a half a century working under this gold dome, you have broken barriers, both witnessed and made Georgia history. And as you told me early on, you have been the glue that hold this place together. It's been an honor serving beside you, sir. You're a man of character, and I congratulate you on a life and career well spent serving others. Thank you again. And Dean Smyrie, Marty's a bigger fan of you than I am. In my State of the State, I quoted Psalm 16:8. I have set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand. I will not be shaken. As we head off into the rest of this year, I think those are good words of wisdom for all of us to remember. Good luck the rest of the evening. Keep chopping, and God bless you, and thank you for your service. Hey, thanks for having me.
House will come back to order. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1050.
House Resolution 1050 by Representative Smith of the 70th and others, a resolution recognizing and commemorating the outstanding advancements in water conservation that have been made by Atlanta metro regions and all Jordans. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lynn Smith to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I bring to you today House Resolution 1050. When I was first elected to office, my slogan about the Chattahoochee River was that you didn't need to see it, you could just smell it, because it was that bad. Atlanta was polluting our waters all over the state, and it was a very serious situation, and we also entered into water wars with our neighboring states. So Atlanta had a crisis. I was there when the General Assembly began taking action to deal with this crisis. And so for over 20 years, I have watched water policy evolve out of what I call the core four, which was Chairman Hanner and Richard Royal and Tom McCall, and then myself. We were the steady hands throughout this initiative. I'm the last one standing holding this baton. Our General Assembly works like a relay team. We reinvent ourselves every 2 years. And so the importance of this urging resolution is to tell you not to get comfortable, because we've got a lot of rain and we're very comfortable right now with our situation. We will always have tension between our states, and we will have periods of time when we have no water. The crisis can become very serious. Those of you who live in the metro Atlanta area need to one time go check for that tunnel that was built with a drill bit on a train track cutting through the granite to get to an old rock quarry in downtown Atlanta to have 1 or 2 days worth of water supply for Atlanta. Our state was facing a very serious crisis. Around 2008, we were in a serious drought, and then we had a judge's ruling that threw us back to 1970 water use. I'm telling you all of this because it's easy to get casual when we have abundant resources. The urging part of this resolution is to remind you to always stay vigilant in this important issue. And secondly, to ask you to pause and take for a minute and understand in the urging part of the resolution that we are very dependent on our agricultural business in the state of Georgia, but we are becoming more and more removed from understanding the needs of our farmers. And if I asked you to explain to me what silviculture was and what mariculture was, and then talk to me about agriculture, I think some of you would have to pause and think about this. And so I want to congratulate Metropolitan Atlanta for its 20 years of very diligent improvement of its water situation. They are good neighbors to all of us in our state. They provide us with data and information. That was not the situation years ago. So I leave you to urge you to continue looking at our water supplies. The first few lines are about what Atlanta did. Starting on line 41, it talks to you about what the rest of the state did. There's a House resolution on your desk, privilege resolution, that lists in detail the water legislation. So think of this as a relay race. I'm the last one holding the folded up umbrella baton, and I pass it to you, the General Assembly, to continue being good stewards of our water resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for questions.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution. The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the on the adoption of House Resolution 1050. The ayes are 164, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1149.
House Resolution 1149 by Representative Washburn of the 141st, a resolution creating the House Study Committee on Regulation, Affordability, and Access to Housing. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Small Business Development. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair recognizes Representative Washburn to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I rise to present House Resolution 1149, which proposes the creation of a House Study Committee on Regulation, Affordability, and Access to Housing, and for other purposes. I think we all would agree that we see an awful lot in the media today about what is becoming a housing crisis in Georgia. We have a crisis of availability, affordability, and access to housing. And this study committee proposes a committee that will study that. It will be composed of 4 members of the House. The Speaker shall designate one of such legislative members as chairperson of the committee. It will have a real estate industry professional, a serving mayor or a county commissioner, and another individual who, at the Speaker's discretion, will be a serving mayor or a county commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, affordable, accessible housing is important to our citizens. It's a basic need of shelter, and it is also, in many cases, most of the time, if a house is purchased, it's a great investment for a family. It is also very important to our economy. The housing industry is one of the engines that drives the Georgia economy, and this is an important study committee. I believe it will be a balanced committee, and I think it will do good work in studying our situation with housing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge favorable consideration of this resolution, but I will yield for any questions.
You have some questions if you care to yield.
I will yield for some, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Dean Smyrie to your left for a question.
To the gentleman in the well.
I certainly will, Dean.
Glad to see you bringing this forward. Now, the study committee is for affordability and housing, and we're going across the state measuring this issue as it relates to affordable housing.
Yes, sir, we are looking at affordable housing and a number of other issues.
Right, thank you.
We certainly are. Thank you.
Do you further yield?
I'll take one more, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kemp to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I will for my realtor colleague.
Well, I was doing some statistics trying to determine a need for this. Is it true that in the past 12 months, from 4/4 of 2021, houses under 300,000, there have been 66,000 houses to sell in the past year under that amount, and right now there's a mere 2,800, houses under 300,000 on the market, meaning there's only about 15 days supply of houses on what would be deemed affordable. And $300,000, I'm going to say, is a stretch for a lot of people in affordability. Is that the purpose of your study?
The purpose of our study is to ensure a number of things: private property rights, freedom of choice, affordability, and a number of other things. And I know that the lady is a residential specialist who does a lot of real estate business, and I'm sure she knows of what she speaks. Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well and ask for favorable consideration of this resolution for a study committee.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We have two other members that wish to be heard. Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan to speak to the bill or the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, in the 4 years that I've been a member here, I've never opposed a bill or resolution for that fact. And I come here today to oppose this bill, I think, to maybe unmask what this resolution is actually doing. This year we've heard several things about affordable housing. We've heard how we've got to address this issue. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it through all sorts of things by restricting the ability of local governments and the constitutional authority that they have to provide zoning regulations for their communities. That's the power that's vested in them in the Constitution. But after that bill couldn't make it to the Senate Judiciary Committee or the House Judiciary Committee, we are here. We arrive here today to study a bill or a solution that isn't actually going to bring us more affordable housing for our workforce in Georgia, but rather do the exact opposite. And that is to make housing less affordable under the guise of big conglomerates that are coming from out of state that are buying up every scrap of land in our communities and jacking up the rates on rent to where a working young adult in Paulding County who graduates from Paulding County High School and is a welder, who goes to our local technical school, can't even afford the rent that's there. That's who's behind this. In Paulding County, when I look online, the average cost of rent from the companies who have been behind this thus far is almost $3,000 a month. And when you ask them, how long can you rent for, they only allow you to rent for 9 months before increasing your rent again. I've got too many constituents. I've got too many children back home who can't afford housing. And if we allow these big national companies to come in and steamroll every inch, there won't be anything left for our children. I would ask that you vote no on this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes to speak to the bill Representative McLaurin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the last time. This is a promise from the heart. This is the last time. I'm not going to try to be as funny as it was, or try to be funny, whatever, like last time. The reason I'm up here is my respect for the member from Paulding County. That's my reason for opposing this bill. Is a spirit that it's so elusive, right? But if we can hold on to it, we have it. Bipartisan agreement about something. The issue with this study committee is that it's a withdrawal from, a step back from another initiative, which was to preempt local governments from regulating whether external investors could buy up a lot of land in neighborhoods and rent those properties out. And I'm with the representative on this. The study committee is geared in that direction. Now, granted, we would love to have voices on that committee who can truly assess affordability. But all else held equal, we don't need to be giving that local preemption argument room to breathe. I'll keep it short. At the end of the day, I told you in my previous speech I've learned a lot from being here. Value the relationships a lot. This is a moment when I think we could do better on affordability, on affordable housing. This is not the study committee to do it, because this is in the direction of certain moneyed interests who showed up this session, put a lot of money into this, to try to get a particular outcome. And so the representative and I agree. That's all I'll leave you with. It's been the honor of my life to serve here, and I hope to keep in touch with everybody and hopefully just be across all. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Ridley rise?
Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the gentleman from Paulding County just stood over here earlier and said that he agreed that we should have a study committee instead of making this a bill?
Well, I was probably not paying as much attention as I should have to what he said, Representative.
I know you wasn't, Mr. Speaker, but he did say that.
What purpose does Representative Fry rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that regardless of what people perceive the motivations of this committee is for, that studying affordable housing in today's climate is a good thing for this House to do?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true. All right, we'll do one or two more. What purpose does the majority leader of the House rise? State your inquiry.
Parliamentary Inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that this will be a great opportunity to bring local governments together and have a discussion on this matter? And also, isn't it further true, Mr. Speaker, that one of the goals of every person is to own a home? And isn't it further true that sometimes we have to rent first before we're able to achieve home ownership? And discussing this issue in this study committee will make sure this issue is thoroughly vetted and all concerns are discussed and taken into concern for future legislation possibly. Is that true, Mr. Speaker?
Well, that's the purpose of a study committee as opposed to having a bill, I think. Chair recognizes Chairman Burchett. What purpose does he rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that there is a new concept of whole subdivisions being owned by one entity, and when there are new concepts, it would behoove us as a state to study those things to see how to best take advantage for the citizens of the state of Georgia?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true. All right, final one. What purpose does Chairman Rich rise?
Parliamentary
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that this study committee is to facilitate legislation that failed in both the House and the Senate this year, and that had testimony from both affordable housing advocates and also affluent and struggling economically struggling cities?
Well, if the lady so states, I'm sure she believes that to be true. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of House Resolution 1149. The ayes are 114, the nays are 43. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to SR 135.
SR 135 by Senator Mullis, the 53rd, and Cowser of the 46th. Proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to provide for sports betting in this state. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
You rascal, you. I didn't know you were in this. What's your favorite game? Chair recognizes Chairman Watson to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a Baptist, so I don't know that I could go there, but I do want to say, first of all, that this SR 135 has nothing to do with gambling. If you have not read 135 on your desk, this is a substitute to reinsert the language that we had on our House Bill 686 dealing with the forestry severance tax, where we're lowering it to 40% from 100% to create some fairness there in the taxation. That bill passed this House 106 to 0, so I would greatly appreciate your support. Georgia is the #1 forestry state in the nation, and we want to make sure that we stay there, and this bill will do this for us. So I greatly appreciate your support, and Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to take any questions if there are any.
Well, you do have a question. Do you yield?
Yes, sir. I'll yield for one.
Chair recognizes Representative Dreyer to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to be clear that if this constitutional amendment is passed, we would be giving property owners tax incentives to cut trees down. Is that right?
No, the way it works, when trees are ready for harvest and they're sold, they are taxed on the revenue that's generated from that selling of the timber. Currently, it's taxed at 100%. We tax all other property at 40%. So what we're saying is that we will tax the landowner who cut the trees at harvest at the 40% level like we do everything else, and then we'll reimburse the local governments for the difference to make up the 100%. And then the landowner is actually able to take some of that revenue that they put in their pocket and replant those trees back immediately. So this is a good bill to protect our forests, to keep folks planting them back after they harvest and provide fairness within the bill.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
But they wouldn't have to get tax incentives to replant those trees if they didn't cut those trees down to start with, correct?
Well, that's true, but if they don't cut them down at a certain point, they'll wither, they could fall, they'll be infested, and it's good for our environment to have old trees, but also to have young trees that help the environment. So the older they get, they're not as viable as having those new young trees, and so that's why we think this is a good bill to keep into play. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Al Williams rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that if these trees are not cut, housing costs will really take off? And is it not further true that if these trees are not cut, small landowners will have no income and no incentive to replant?
That sounds like a fair statement to me, but I know the gentleman knows much more about that than I do. What purpose does Representative Saines rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the gentleman who spoke against the process used by our hardworking timber harvesters was speaking from a wooden desk?
You really want me to answer that? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of Senate Resolution 135. The ayes are 160, the nays are 6. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to SR 477.
Senate Resolution 477 by Senator Mullis, the 53rd, Miller, the 49th. A resolution creating the Joint Georgia Music Heritage Study Committee. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Creative Arts and Entertainment, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair recognizes Chairman Carpenter to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Resolution 477 is a simple bill, just creates a joint study committee with the House and the Senate to study the economic impacts of music, music tourism, tour production, and the Georgia Music Hall of Fame. It's a simple bill, and I think it addresses an important issue in our state in regards to music and all the musical talent that we've had. The best part about this bill is lines 5 through 8 that discuss not only Otis Redding and James Brown and Little Richard, but Usher, Outkast, and Young Jeezy. And with that, I'll yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Chair, have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of Senate Resolution 477. The ayes are 159, the nays are 4. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 89.
Senate Bill 89 by Senator Miller, the 49th, Albers, the 56th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to elections and primaries generally, so as to provide for a chief elections assistance officer. This bill having referred to the Special Committee on Election Integrity, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The chair recognizes Chairman Gunter to present the bill.
There we go. All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Senate Bill 89 is a election bill originally. It was stripped out and was replaced with a greatly modified version of 1464. So I want to go through the bill with you and explain the differences in it. Section 1 is clarifying who the members of the Performance Review Board are. Section 2 requires that ballots are securely stored in sealed and locked containers accompanied by a ballot transfer form. The State Election Board is required to promulgate rules and regulations regarding the security and handling of unused security paper. Section 3 is the provision where employers are required to allow their employees to go vote in early voting or in the election. Section 4 and 5 remove the language of sealing the election documents. This makes it so that you don't need a court order to go look at the documents when they're stored with the custodian or the clerk of the court. Section 6 is that provision where these documents are deposited with the custodian or the clerk and how they are to handle them. They're to hold them for 24 months, and they are to do it in a manner so as to prevent the ballots from being altered, amended, damaged, modified, or mutilated. In addition to that, there was a provision added, 8.1 on lines 161 through 163. Upon certification of all matters on the ballot in a particular election, all such documents from the election shall be subject to inspection pursuant to 21-272. That's an old statute. It's been on the books since the 1933 code or some version of it, but it sets out the parameters for which an inspection can be done. Section 7 is the original jurisdiction for the GBI. In that, we modified that a bit to state that the investigation, that the GBI would have authority to investigate violations of Chapter 2 of Title 21 involving elections which, if established, are sufficient to change or place in doubt the results of the election. Section 8 is the subpoena power provision that we had in 1464 before. And Madam Speaker, I'll take any questions.
You have some questions. The chair recognizes Representative McLeod for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Do you disagree with the Secretary of State who said that the 2020 election was a secured one? Do you disagree with your Secretary of State?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yes, he did. Do you further yield?
Yes.
Will this create additional burden to our counties?
I would think not. This is, like I said, greatly modified from 1464. A lot of the chain of custody provisions, all of that is out of here, except there is, let's see, I think the only place in it is the Section 2, where it puts it for the State Election Board to work those details out.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
So are you sure that the election supervisors agree with this bill, that it will not cost them any more issues in their county?
The ones that I spoke to at the last meeting, that was their assessment of
The
it.
ones that you spoke to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Williams for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is this not the same bill we passed out of committee this morning?
It is.
There was some, was there not some election supervisors there, directors of elections, who approved this bill and was favorable for it? They were in on talking about some of the issues of the bill?
That is correct.
And I appreciate your hard work and leadership on this, Chairman. Thank you very much. Great bill.
All right. Madam Speaker, I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Chair recognizes Representative Clark to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise to ask you to vote no on this bill. First, let's talk about how we got here. As the sponsor just stated, this bill started as HB 1464, which was a 39-page bill that no one asked for, including the governor, that would have put a bunch of unfunded mandates onto our county election boards and expand the powers and duties of the GBI to include investigating elections violations. When that bill was heard in the House, election officials were not really given a good opportunity to speak on that bill before it was rushed through and passed out of the committee. However, by the time the bill made it to the Senate, election board officials from across the state, rural election board officials, metropolitan Atlanta election board officials, Republican election board officials, Democratic election board officials, all of them, or many of them, made their way to the Capitol to make their voice heard. Since they are the ones who have to implement these requirements and pay for these requirements that are in this bill, I think it is very important that we consider their perspective. And before I talk about that, I want to talk about who came. We had election board officials from Bartow County. We had election board officials from Forsyth County. We had election board officials from Macon-Bibb, Newton, Henry, Heard, Athens Clark, Chatham, Fulton, all over the state. After hearing from those election board officials, again, these are the people who have to run the elections in their county. After hearing from them, the Senate completely removed all of that damaging language from HB 1464. After listening to the people who run elections, they removed the language, and then we turn around and put it into another bill. So you may not care about my perspective on this bill, but do you care about the perspective of the vice chair and GOP appointee to the Forsyth County Board of Elections, Joel Natt, who stated in the committee in the Senate that this language is very damaging and would cause him to lose poll workers? It's already hard enough to recruit poll workers. This bill will make it worse. It will make it harder. Why are we doing this to these election boards officials that are asking us nicely, please do not do this? Why is it that our colleagues across the rotunda can listen to the election board officials, but here on the House side, we have decided that their voice does not matter and we're going to ram this through anyway? Additionally, this bill will shift the duties of investigating elections violations from the State Elections Board to the GBI. This is an intimidation tactic. It will not only be used against your voters, but could also be used against organizations and those county election board officials or their workers. Again, they already have a hard enough time getting poll workers, and now you want to sick the GBI on them? What are we doing here? I am asking you to vote no on this bill because I listened to the election board officials from across the state, the election board officials that run the elections in your counties, and they said, do not do this. Ladies and gentlemen, please vote no on this bill. If we want to do this, let's hear from them. Let's hear their input and put something together that actually uses the voices of the people that have to implement elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Nguyen to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. It's April 2022, our last day of session, and here we are, still rehashing an election that was held in November of 2020. Over the weekend, I, along with many of you, received emails from Georgians who are still asking us to decertify the results of the election. So I want to try to be short here because we have rehashed this over and over and over again. The governor promised no new election bills. He just came into this chamber, and when he talked about his priorities, I did not hear him say, we got to pass an election bill. You all were there. You heard the same thing I did. 2, the Senate vetted House Bill 1464 and heard from a bipartisan group of election officials, and they declined to pass it. And this bill, it contains many of those same provisions. It was heard in committee this morning at 8 a.m. with no public comment, so I'm not sure how some members were able to hear from election officials. But when I watched that committee meeting, there was no public comment. And those same election officials who told the Senate that they did not want House Bill 1464 did not have the chance to speak this morning. And so here we are on the last day of session with a bill that a lot of folks really don't want to pass. And it's a bill that will not restore faith in the election system. I have a couple of ideas how we can do that. 1 and 2 are pretty simple. 1, stop passing legislation predicated on the big lie. 2, stop running campaigns predicated on the big lie. 3, we should actually all agree on this. Equip and resource our local election boards with what they need to run free, fair, and efficient elections in their jurisdictions. This should really actually be logical because we have heard from election officials all across our state, and they are trying right now to follow the guidelines that this body passed under Senate Bill 202. They are getting ready for elections that will happen in just a couple of weeks, and many of our members are going to be on that ballot with new redistricting maps. And election workers are quitting because of threats, because of mandates, and because of lack of resources. We know that this bill will further burden our election workers, and guess what? We are not funding any of these mandates for our local election boards. And we are facing an election administration crisis, and we are making it worse. And finally, let's not militarize our election system. Giving power to the GBI will not restore confidence, and in fact, it may cause intimidation to local election boards, officials, and to voters. The state election board already has investigative powers and the expertise to look into any cases or allegations. This is also fiscally responsible because in our state budget, somehow we found over $500,000 allocated in this budget to fund positions for GBI to do something that we actually don't need. And somehow we can't find funding for our local election boards. So we're going to keep going down this road, and it has no end, because nothing you will do short of overturning election results of 2020 will satisfy a base that cannot accept facts. And I want to close with a quote from the Bartow election supervisor, who was very clear about this bill. Joseph Kirk said, "Focus should be on improving the voter experience, not strange procedural steps to make a small portion of our population feel better about an election that happened 2 years ago." I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Hutchinson to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I had to go home this weekend to New Orleans. It was my aunt's 80th birthday, and we have a great party no matter what the occasion is. So I was partying all weekend, yes. So I had to plagiarize my speech. So I was looking for quotes or something to inspire me, because goodness knows we have talked about everything when it comes to voting rights on both sides. So I really honestly just didn't know what to say, so I plagiarized. So here's some of the things that I got when I Googled it. When dealing with explicitly enumerated rights, but we need to is a weak argument from the get-go. It is especially weak when it is untrue. Talking about the big lie. It's an explicitly enumerated right, but we need to restrict it for something that was not true. This was a safe election, according to both sides of the aisle. Here's another one. We believe that it's a basic human right to vote. It is a privilege to vote. It is our job as the people to make sure that voting is in the right hands. Here's another one. Just think about when we fight to defend our rights and our voting rights, especially when they are so often under attack. Well, my friends, let me tell you, our votes are once again under attack. They're trying to take away our rights to vote, which is enshrined in our Constitution. Here's another one. We always have to fight for our rights, whether we do it at the ballot box or we do it at the General Assembly. Here's another one. Every one of us shares the same core convictions no matter what they are. I have some of those same core convictions that our founding fathers did. They believed that every man and woman had a right to vote. My core conviction goes back to what our country was rooted on, what our foundation is rooted on. Our rights come to us from God, not lawmakers. It's God who gave us our rights. Our founding fathers believed that. They talked about it. When people try to take away our foundational understanding that this was a nation founded under God, we always have to fight to defend that, because that's the core of what they're trying to do, to take away and undermine our values. Now, I have to give credit to the people who I plagiarized from. The first person I plagiarized from was the NRA. I plagiarized from the NRA because they know how important gun rights are, because it's a constitutional right. Am I correct? It's a constitutional right, and talking about gun rights and gun safety is a non-starter at best. I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. I came here as a social worker, not a lawyer. I still don't understand why the constitutional right of carrying a gun cannot be touched under any circumstances. Or according to the NRA, the militia is going to come if we do. But our voting rights, which is also a constitutional right, can be messed with at all times. Also my uterus, but that's another bill. I just wonder, some of my colleagues who will not even discuss gun rights, how they would feel if the GBI is watching you when you buy a gun, or the GBI is watching you to make sure you use your gun correctly. I have a feeling that would not fly here. However, here we are, attacking voting rights again. And now we have the GBI involved as well. So I really, really would like someone to explain to me which rights are more important in the Constitution. Is there a rank that I'm missing? Because I still don't understand. And with that, I'll yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Dreyer to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be really clear on the most important thing here. You are giving the governor of the state of Georgia the power to seize ballots while they are being counted. That's what this bill does. Look, lines 227 and 228 gives the GBI additional jurisdiction to investigate elections. Line 240 to 244, that's where the problem lies. You're giving the GBI the power to issue subpoenas to seize documents and electronic media. So if the GBI identifies potential election fraud, the GBI can now issue a subpoena to go grab ballots while they are being counted. But how does that relate to the governor? You know who fires and hires the director of the GBI, right? It's the governor. It's the governor. So we saw with the last president, when there was an investigation into campaign issues, there were 2 FBI directors that were fired. But what we're doing here is we are authorizing the executive branch of the state of Georgia to meddle in our elections. It's separation of powers. And I know some of you are going to sincerely tell me this governor is not going to do that. Okay, maybe. What about the next governor, or the governor after, or the governor after that? And even if this governor's not going to do that, I don't trust him with that power anyway. We talk about separation of powers under the Constitution, but what we're giving the governor the power to do is to stop the counting of ballots if the governor sees exit polls that he doesn't like on May 24th of this year. 6-7 weeks from now, if the current governor thinks he's going to lose his primary challenge to David Perdue, he can order the GBI to seize ballots and voting machines in certain counties. He can also do that in November of this year, or our next governor, she can do that in 4 years and a few months. And you are authorizing that power. There is nothing compelling to the point that it would have us waive our right as a separate but equal legislative body and give the governor of the state of Georgia the power to overturn an election through the GBI. I got to tell you, that is too much power for anyone to have when it comes to our elections. And instead of looking at how we can make voting better, we're looking at how to give this governor too much power. I'll tell you, we can solve the issues with voter registration, simply do what other states do, and guarantee that not one of us has another constituent that loses the chance to cast a vote because they're not registered or their voting registration got purged, we can do it very simply by allowing same-day voter registration. Second thing we can do is we can make sure not a single constituent loses the right to vote because they're at the wrong precinct, often not because of their fault, because it's been moved or combined or some other reason, by letting people vote at any precinct in their county on election day. And we've been pushing those. Why are we afraid of what people are going to tell us at the polls? Why are we afraid of everybody voting in our state? Is that because some positions aren't popular? Is it because we don't trust people down deep? I trust people. I challenge you to trust people to make the right decision, because a lot of people are happy making decisions for other people, but you would never let someone else make a decision for them. Finally, do not authorize the governor of the state of Georgia, either this year or in 5 years, to overturn their own election for no reason. Please stand up for the Georgia Constitution, stand up for separation of powers. If you have to walk, take a walk, but please don't vote for this bill, because if we're ever in a situation where there's a governor that's willing to abuse the powers, and that's going to happen, believe me, we've seen it, then we're done at that point. And then you're going to have some really mad constituents, I tell you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. For what purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
To make a motion.
State your inquiry.
I move to table this bill.
The lady has... The lady has moved that Senate Bill 89 be tabled. All members who are in favor of tabling Senate Bill 89 will vote yes. All those who opposed tabling Senate Bill 89 will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the lady's motion that Senate Bill 89 be tabled. The yeas were 68, the nays were 96, and the motion has failed. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. The chair will take, the chair will take one parliamentary inquiry. For what purpose does Representative Williams rise?
Just parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, is it not true that I was Chief Registrar in Baldwin County for 16 years?
Chair expects the member to believe that to be true.
And I was in many elections. And this morning I was in a committee meeting, and the election supervisor, Joseph Kirk from Bartow County, was brought up to the table, and he discussed with Legislative Council, Chairman Powell, myself, and he was very fine with this bill.
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 96, the nays were 69. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 338. Senate Bill 338.
Senate Bill 338 by Senator Burke of the 11th, Huffstetler of the 52nd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to medical assistance generally, so as to increase postpartum coverage under Medicaid from 6 months to 1 year following birth. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services, that committee recommends that this bill.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House, I bring you Senate Bill 338. This would have Medicaid cover mothers from the postpartum period following their delivery for 12 months instead of the 6 months which we have now. We are still having a problem with maternity mortality, and many of the illnesses are not found in that first 6 months period. Consider what it would be like if you had grown up without your mother. Madam Speaker, with that, I will yield the will and ask for your consideration on this bill. Thank you.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Cannon to speak to the bill.
Thank you very much. I am proud to support this policy because I, like other black women in this chamber, have been working on this bill for years. Let's get into what happens when a recently pregnant person dies. There is an option to fill out a box on the review form for pregnancy-related and pregnancy-associated deaths as to whether or not discrimination was a part of the death. As of right now, our health agency, the Department of Public Health, does not yet have what they need to make conclusions on whether discrimination was identified as a contributing factor. DPH said results should be interpreted with caution due to the high number of missing information. More robust data is expected in the future as the Maternal Mortality Review Committee continues reviewing. You see, we are one of the worst states in this country for childbirth. The mortality rate, both for mothers and for children. I would ask for your attention in this chamber as we are talking about black mothers dying. I like this bill, but it's just the tip of the iceberg because pregnant people in our state deserve more. They deserve a doula, a certified childbirth educator, and someone who can assist with breastfeeding. The current biggest obstacle for accessibility to childbirth workers is cost. The Council of State Governments, of which I am a Henry Toll Fellow, reported that doulas have been proven to improve the birthing experience. By minimizing hypertension, epidural usage, instrument-assisted delivery, and time in labor. I'm here to say that this measure is good and that I'm proud that our legislature will significantly help mothers by expanding Medicaid for 1 year to cover this necessary childbirth expense, but don't get too comfortable. Families are suffering without coverage when their loved one dies within 1 year of childbirth. So far, legislative action to increase accessibility accessibility to doulas has been happening in southern states like Texas and in Florida, as well as in states with better health outcomes such as New Jersey, Maryland, and Rhode Island. Georgia should not lag behind these other states in giving mothers safer childbirth options. When we don't offer mothers the maximum coverage up to 1 year they need to safely bring another human into the world, we gamble with their lives. This bill is a first step, but it is not doing enough. Other states have given us models for common sense legislation, such as paying doulas a livable wage. But we must take this initiative and add to it, just like we did last year, by adding 6 months. We need stronger legislation to protect our most medically vulnerable citizens. I urge you to show that Black mamas matter and vote yes. Trust Black women and show up for reproductive justice. Thank you. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Shannon to speak to the bill.
I rise to speak in support of this bill. I'm glad that we're seeing this bill, but I just want to talk a little bit about the history of how we came to expand postpartum Medicaid in Georgia. For many years now, we had seen reproductive justice groups talk about the need to expand Medicaid and also the need to reduce maternal mortality. We've had some of the worst rates internationally, and for a long time, Georgia has been on the list of having rates that are extremely high of maternal mortality. In 2019, when this House was moving to ban abortion, I was the first to sponsor a bill to expand Medicaid for those who have just given birth. It was House Bill 693, and it asked this General Assembly to expand postpartum Medicaid for up to a year. The reason why I filed that bill is because we know that maternal mortality tracks those who have died due to complications from carrying pregnancy, both while giving birth and up to a year after giving birth. The representative from House District 58 got the fiscal note for HB 693. And then at that point, we assembled a group of legislators who worked with reproductive justice organizations to build support for the idea locally. Former Representative Abel Mabel Thomas was instrumental in helping us build support for this. Over the course of a year, reproductive justice orgs met to build public awareness about the issues of maternal mortality and to also build support and to make the General Assembly aware that we needed to pass postpartum Medicaid, expand postpartum Medicaid. Former Representative Abel Mabel Thomas, the representative from District 58, and myself met with these groups nearly every single month. It was an entire coalition. I want to thank the budget chairman who, from the first time I had a conversation with him about expanding Medicaid, he immediately saw the value in this idea, and he never just shucked it off as something partisan that should not be considered. And since the time that it was passed, he has worked to make sure that it is included in every single budget, and I'm grateful for that. At one point, the organizations that were working on building awareness for this issue and were building support for this issue sent a letter that I delivered to the chairman, and I'm going to read it. To the Honorable Terry England, Chairman, House Appropriations Committee. Dear Chairman England, this letter is from January 27, 2020. We, the undersigned organizations, are a coalition of concerned Georgians working to improve outcomes in maternal health. We request that the provisions be made in the FY 2021 budget to extend postpartum Medicaid coverage of mothers in our state up to 1 year. Implementation of this policy would be one of the many necessary steps to addressing the maternal mortality and morbidity crisis in Georgia. Data shows that Georgia has the worst maternal mortality ratio of any state in the country. Black women in Georgia are 3.3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women are. And Georgia's own health experts believe that more than half of confirmed pregnancy-related deaths in the state are preventable. Based on the latest report from the Georgia State Mandated Maternal Mortality Review Committee, 82% of maternal deaths occurred in the postpartum period, up to 1 year. Yet women enrolled in Medicaid for pregnancy lose coverage only 60 days after giving delivery. Children born to women who are covered by Medicaid during pregnancy are automatically eligible for Medicaid or Child Health Insurance Program for 1 year. Unfortunately, this same length of coverage is not extended to the mothers of these children. Extending Medicaid coverage of moms to 1 year after they deliver will ensure that they will have access to critical health care services and demonstrate that Georgia values health care. This recommendation has been made by both the state's Maternal Mortality Review Committee as well as the General Assembly's own recently convened Special Study Committee on Maternal Mortality, chaired by Representative Sharon Cooper. We acknowledge the great strides in improving maternal health made by the General Assembly over the past 2 years, and we urge lawmakers to continue proposing and passing legislation that creates opportunities to achieve optimal standard of maternal health. These opportunities start with access to safe and respectful health care. Please allocate funds for extension of postpartum Medicaid coverage for women up to 1 year in the FY21 budget. Sincerely, Black Mamas Matter Alliance, Center for Black Women's Wellness, Center for Reproductive Rights, Citizens for Community Midwives, Community Midwives National Alliance, Dr. Shalom's Maternal Action Project, Handmaids Coalition of Georgia, Midtown Assistance Center, No Safe Seats, Sister Love, Sister Song, SOE Agency, and the United Way of Greater Atlanta. After the letter was delivered, some weeks passed, and we did see that postpartum Medicaid was expanded for 6 months on the House side. Again, I want to thank former Representative Abel Mabel Thomas, who left her lasting legacy on the General Assembly by making sure that this bill passed in the Senate. She put her all into it, and as a result, we are saving lives. Access to health care is life-saving, and I'm glad that the state has recognized that it's life-saving for those who have just given birth. What I would ask is that we would choose to give access to health care for all low-income Georgians who need it, because it shouldn't be the case that the state is only primarily interested in saving your life if you've just given birth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the last speaker, Representative Bennett, to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening in support of Senate Bill 338 and urge us, the House, to pass it unanimously. Did you know that 93% of maternal deaths were determined to be preventable in 2017? DPH finished a 2019 Maternal Mortality Review Committee. However, the data has not been revealed yet. But we know from the data in 2017 that maternal mortality has a devastating point of 52% of pregnancies associated that could be avoidable. We also know that 39% of the pregnancy-associated deaths occurs 181 days up to 1 year postpartum. As a mother and a pastor myself, I know that these issues impact not only immediately, but have long-lasting impact and effects on communities and the family. The leading causes of pregnancy-related deaths in our state are hemorrhage, followed by infection and cardiovascular disease and coronary conditions. Expanding access to Medicaid for pregnant families is the right thing to do. So I'd like to thank the members of Georgia Legislative Black Caucus who had this as a priority in our agenda when I served as chair. And I also urge you to vote yes to this bill, this life-saving bill. Georgia ranks number 55 now in our health rankings, and this will go a long way to saving lives and improving our health rankings. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 142, the nays were 18. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption of Senate Bill 352. Senate Bill 352.
Senate Bill 352 by Senator Thompson, the 14th, Albers, the 56th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions of professions and businesses so as to provide for the issuance of expedited licenses by endorsement for certain licenses to spouses of firefighters. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 352 is going to be a path to help us to bring firefighters, healthcare providers, and law enforcement officers to the state. All three of these professions are in short supply, and it does that by allowing their spouses to get licenses through endorsement. It's just that simple. It lets them start with somebody that is practicing in another state, moves into our state, holds a license to practice. They're able to start quicker and get a license faster. It simply does that if you're a spouse of a firefighter, a police officer, or a healthcare worker. We've done this before for the military. It's simple. They have to abide by all of our laws. This just gives them a way to use the experience they've maintained. Madam Speaker, if there are no technical questions, I'll yield the well and ask the House's favorable consideration on Senate Bill 352 to help jobs in Georgia.
There are no questions.
I yield the well.
The gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Barr rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Madam Chair, that that presentation by that distinguished member of this body is the shortest in my tenure here?
The chair expects the man to believe that to be true. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 164, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The chair recognizes Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1291.
Representative Smith has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1291. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1291 by Representative Smith of the 133rd and others being entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use tax so as to revise the spending threshold and extend the sunset date for sales tax exemptions.
The chair recognizes Representative Smith to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1291 is the high-tech bill that we passed here in the in the House a few weeks ago by a vote of 150 to 17. When it got to the Senate, they combined Representative Williams's bill, which was a data center bill, and put it on. These incentives are used by the Department of Economic Development to draw these big industries here to Georgia, and they have a great workforce and pay some great salaries in our area across the state. So I certainly ask for your consideration in this agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
There are no questions, and the gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1291, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas were 150, the nays were 16, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1291.
Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 259.
Senate Bill 259 by Senator Mullis, the 53rd, Gucci, the 51st, and others, being entitled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 11, and Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to dangerous instrumentalities and practices so as to revise various laws pertaining to firearms and the carrying and possession of firearms and other weapons. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Alan Powell to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I bring you tonight Senate Bill 259. 259 is a cleanup bill on the firearms rights across the state. A lot of the issues that we had detected over the years on the Department of Public Safety, and a lot of that was brought to us by a lot of the members. And I'll give these to you quickly because the hour is getting late. Section 1, ladies and gentlemen, deals with correcting language that was created 8 years ago dealing with houses of worship. At the time that we did the concealed weapon law at that time, churches and houses of worship were considered off limits to firearms. But the only problem with that was when we did that, we created a major problem to a lot of the houses of worship. At that particular time and currently, a church must choose to either allow anyone or no one to carry a firearm. That's not correct. What we're doing in this bill is to allow that a church may choose who they want to let have a weapon in a church. You ask what's the issue with this? Open shootings. Churches have normally been considered fair game to a lot of the criminal elements and people mentally unstable that want to do open shootings. Now, I've been questioned, and this is probably one of the most interesting parts of this bill, but I've been contacted by people with synagogues here in the chamber, a lot of the larger churches, and they say, well, we don't like that because we hire our own security teams. Well, you can hire a security team because most of those are law enforcement or post or trained or whatever. But you've got to remember that across the width and breadth of this state, there's a lot of churches that don't have the funds or the resources to hire security teams. And these churches have every right to choose who they wish, if anyone, to be armed in a church to protect that congregation during their meetings. That's what that part of the bill does. Section 2, ladies and gentlemen, this deals with probate courts. As you know, we just passed constitutional carry, but as a lot of y'all know, that some of us have said that you should still keep a concealed weapons permit for the purpose of reciprocity with other states and for your purchase rights. This allows the probate judges to implement an online application process, and it also allows that renewals applications can be sent in by first-class mail. Also, the second part of that prohibits building of a database of any licensee in the state. Section 3 deals with the 10-acre property. We have a situation, ladies and gentlemen, that 10 acres of property is in fact used by a lot of people to hunt on their own property, or people that they wish to hunt. And what we're saying in that is that if you have 10 acres of property, that local governments cannot ban you for discharging a firearm. We put specific language to calm the nerves of ACCG and GMA that this has nothing to do with prohibiting zoning or anything else if they want to do it. It just says that if you have property, then you can hunt on that 10 acres. We had one of the members of the committee, or one of the members who was in attendance the other day, when he heard this, he said, well, this affects me. He said, I have 60 acres that was annexed into the city, and I can't even hunt on my own property anymore. So that's what the 10-acre rule does, ladies and gentlemen. Section 4 deals with the disposal of weapons. We have certain jurisdictions that aren't following the law today that says they're supposed to dispose of weapons that they have, working weapons and legal weapons that they have confiscated. These are being built up into warehouses. Under testimony over the last few years, we've had a lot of the folks say that a lot of those weapons seem to always disappear from these warehouses. We're saying that they have got, law enforcement agency has to have an auction once every 12 months, or when they get over 5 weapons built up, and get rid of them, auction them off. But remember, they're not auctioning these to individuals. These have to be auctioned off to a federally licensed gun dealer. Section 5 deals with the process of regaining your rights. And I would encourage you to read through that, but it's all the legal process that once you've been adjudicated either mentally ill or for whatever reason, at some point, once you've regained or got control of your senses or whatever it may be, you actually have a right to go to court and to petition to have your constitutional rights restored. Section 5, 6, and 7 does exactly that. Puts it in sync with the federal laws so that there's a due process to go to court to prove that you are over whatever that condition may be. Section 8 deals with the state of emergency procedures. Quite basically, it says what the governor can and can't do, and expands the type of the gun-related actions that a governor or government official may take during a declared state of an emergency, to include seizure of ammunition, reloading equipment, prohibitions on the manufacture, sale, or transfer of firearms. Your constitutional rights and legal rights are protected at that point. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what this bill does. I would encourage each member in here to look at this. This is a very good bill. It's been worked on for quite a while, and this would ensure everybody's constitutional rights. I don't know that there's need to answer questions, but I'll be glad to, so we can move on down the road and get some other bills taken care of.
You've got some questions, do you yield?
Just a few, and very quickly, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Stacey Evans to your left for a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
We were having fun while it lasted, weren't we? Agreeing on
pardon?
everything. I said we were having fun while it lasted, agreeing on everything together, weren't we?
Yeah, according to the Speaker, you made me a lot more intelligent, so I must be intelligent enough to be handling this bill.
That's very good. See, it's working already. I actually just have an informational question. If the constitutional carry bill goes all the way through here and over there, and there's been a couple of versions, so I'm not sure where we are, but the governor ultimately signs it, what's the impact on this bill? Because it seems like that bill would sort of swallow this, and
Whole different subject matter.
Nothing in this would be...
Constitutional carry basically says that if you are qualified under the concealed weapon, then you can carry a weapon without having a permit or anything, just as long as you're not a felon, not adjudicated as a mental health risk. Has nothing to do with anything in here. These are the working nuts and bolts of the Second Amendment in Georgia, or the firearms rights in this state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir. One more.
Chair recognizes Representative McLeod to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So your solution to gun violence is more guns?
I'm not sure of your observation about that. I don't know about gun violence. I've always said that the best friend that you can have when you're being assaulted by a criminal is a citizen with a weapon that knows how to use it.
Is that the good guy with the gun?
If you don't mind mumbling, I can't hear you.
Is that the does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the saying that a good guy with a gun is a good thing? Is that in the realm of what you speak of? Basically, someone with a gun is, I guess, better than someone without a gun? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want to exercise your constitutional rights and you're legally able to, then that's your business.
We have that. Yes, sir. I agree. We do have a Second Amendment in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would certainly appreciate the members' favorable consideration, and let's get this piece out of the way to help. One is to ensure people's constitutional rights to adjudicate their cases in court and help these churches who have been, and a lot of the churches have been prompted to disobey their own commandments on the current language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. The other members wish to be heard on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Jenkins to speak to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I rise in support of SB 259, and I want to speak specifically to Section 3, and that's the section that limits the ability of municipalities, counties, and consolidated governments to restrict the discharge of firearms on tracts of land larger than 10 acres. My family did farm in the city. We had approximately 200 acres that was annexed into a city with no tract smaller than about 60 acres, and we lost the ability to discharge firearms, to hunt, because at the end of the day, one farmer can't outvote a subdivision, and a lot of times these cities don't understand the importance that hunting is to managing a piece of property. Farmers are the custodians of our green spaces. We appreciate these, but ultimately, if you're conducting agriculture, you have to be able to manage primarily the deer populations on your land in order to get any kind of harvest. And, our urban areas are full of farmers doing just that. And this gives them the tools they need. The Department of Natural Resources has set up a very good structure to our hunting seasons and all our rules to properly manage our wildlife populations in this state. But when these rules run up against these ordinances that prohibit the discharge of firearm and consequently hunting, then that doesn't occur. It's been over 20 years ago when I was last in uniform as a police officer in Clayton County, but to my surprise, when I went to morning watch, I found one of the first things I did every morning was euthanize deer on the loop road around the Atlanta airport. And, some of the largest deer are in urban areas because there's no way to hunt them there. Statistically, Henry and Fayette County are actually have the most deer-related accidents because, again, these are urban counties with large rural tracts in there, and so many of them are closed to hunting. So in conclusion, I thank the folks that brought this bill. This is a good bill. This protects our Second Amendment right. It allows particularly our urban farmers to manage their property and take care of their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes to speak to the bill Representative Becky Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 259. I believe in safe gun ownership laws and reducing easy access to guns, not more guns everywhere. Section 1 deals with places of worship. Places of worship are sacred. They should be safe. I have heard the arguments that churches should be treated as private property. Places of worship are God's property. Guns are tools of violence. What is our fifth commandment? Thou shalt not kill. Guns kill. The current law works. Where churches specifically permit the carrying of weapons and long guns into the sanctuary. Current law allows for armed security in the church if the church wants that. Most churches do not want concealed lethal weapons in their sanctuary or long guns in their sanctuaries. In Section 3, regarding these properties of 10 acres or less, current law works where the local municipality or county or consolidated governments can prohibit the discharge of firearms on local properties of 10 acres or more. They know their communities best. They have access to zoning information and know about future plans for recreational facilities and ballparks. They would be responsible for stray bullets shot from the barrel of a gun that might accidentally kill children on these properties. I also spoke with another member who owns properties of over 10 acres earlier tonight. And he was talking about he likes to have the freedom for his children to run around on these properties. And if his neighbor with 10 acres or more is shooting guns on their property, that could put people on his property at risk. So this bill takes away local control and prohibits local governments from that right and responsibility. Section 4, unclaimed firearms. When I told my husband at dinner about this provision, requiring municipal corporations to sell firearms once a year, and if they don't, for individuals to be able to sue them, he was asking me, why? Why is this required? And I didn't have a good answer. Now I've listened more and I hear what the chairman has said, that law enforcement can sell these guns. But what I would say is current law works. They can do that now. Local control works. Most of the time they do have these annual sales. I understand that this legislation was written to keep a municipality from holding on to their guns for long periods of time, and that guns may disappear, and that proponents want these guns out on the market. But I want to ask the question, what if a municipality wants to decrease the number of guns on the market? How many guns are too many guns? How much is too much? Over 400 million guns in the United States between police, military, and American citizens. Over 393 million guns, 98% are in civilian hands, equal to 120 firearms to 100 citizens. We have more guns than citizens in the United States. If a municipality wants to decrease the number of weapons on the market, they should be able to destroy them or to melt them down. You can save the guns that are the antiques and special and then sell them and melt them down. Many municipalities do that in other states, and we could do that here. Sections 5, 6, and 7 dealing with persons with mental health petitioning the court for a right to bear a firearm. These sections are good. They are an improvement over current law, which allows for a person who has been involuntarily hospitalized to be automatically purged from the no-gun list. I wish that we could strip all other parts of the bill and keep these sections 5, 6, and 7. I want to take a moment to talk about what Georgians really want: to reduce gun violence. I know we all want that in this chamber. I'm talking about safe gun ownership laws and reducing easy access to guns. I've told you about my church, North Decatur Presbyterian, where once a month, during our confession, we read aloud the names of victims of gun violence, at least 50 a month. Murders, suicides, accidents. During the pandemic, it was closer to 100 Georgians a month, 1,000 precious Georgian lives lost to gun violence. Wisdom, justice, moderation, and we just added courage. Many of these gun deaths are preventable if we have the courage to pass safe gun ownership laws. I was disappointed that on the Public Safety Committee's hearing on crime in Atlanta, we were never given the opportunity to hear from public health officials who have researched gun violence. I think we would have greatly benefited. I'm thinking about laws like red flag laws that prohibit convicted domestic violent abusers from holding a gun. I'm thinking about training of firearms and safe gun storage. Requiring training in firearms use and safe gun storage could save hundreds of Georgian lives each year. When I went to DC this fall, my college roommate, Carolyn, told me about her nephew, Max Williamson, who was cleaning his gun in his apartment and it accidentally discharged. The bullet went through the wall. He went to his neighbor's apartment and knocked on the door, and no one answered. He left a note and went out of town. When he returned on Sunday night, he found out that the stray bullet had gone through the wall and killed his neighbor, who was also a mother. Now his young life was potentially wasted as he faces trial for killing this young woman. When my college roommate researched guns going through walls, accidents, there were countless stories of this happening. It doesn't have to be this way. For example, in hospitals, a lot of patients were dying of hospital-acquired infections. Doctors with public health background helped them figure out by following strict checklists and protocols for sanitation that these numbers could be drastically reduced. What if we applied the same level of detail and accuracy so that people were following a detailed checklist every time they cleaned their guns? And safe gun storage. I'm so tired of hearing about children killing children with unsecured guns they have found in parents' homes and cars. I know many of you practice safe gun storage. Why wouldn't we want all Georgians to practice safe gun storage? Colleagues, I ask you to vote no on Senate Bill 259. And no matter how you vote, I ask that you ask yourself, what can I do? What can we do to prevent gun murders, to prevent gun suicides, and to prevent gun accidents? Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Chair recognizes Representative Park to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to strongly oppose this bill, Senate Bill 259. This is a dangerous bill because it will allow more guns into our communities, which will increase the risk of gun violence. Y'all, this bill puts guns before God. Literally, it strikes the words place of worship 7 times on lines 48, 49, 50 to 51, twice on line 52, and on line 65 to 66 and 67 to 68. Striking out the words place of worship in Georgia law will allow anyone to bring a gun into your church and mine in rural Georgia and downtown Atlanta and impose an unnecessary burden on churches by requiring churches to put up signs that say guns cannot be brought into these places of worship because Georgia legislators in an election year thought it was good politics to put guns before God. Now, if y'all are so scared that you need a gun with you at all times, everywhere you go, including church, y'all need more Jesus. Do you know what the most frequently made commandment in the Bible is? Do not fear. 365 times. We cannot allow our fear to guide public policy in this state, especially when it comes to gun violence. Under current law, a license holder who brings a gun into a place of worship, a church, mosque, synagogue, or temple, cannot be fined more than $100 and cannot be arrested. Under current law, if you're not a license holder and you bring a gun into a place of worship, it is only a misdemeanor per OCGA 1611-127, subsection E2. This bill strikes out these minor penalties in state law on lines 65 and 68. Now, I would argue that fining someone for bringing a gun into a church is not an unconstitutional infringement of the Second Amendment. I would further argue that the belief that the Second Amendment is absolute, or that our founders intended that there be no regulation on the right to bear arms, is an extreme, radical, misguided, and dangerous interpretation and application of the Second Amendment, especially when it comes to firearms that can be modified to become semi-automatic-esque weapons of war that belong on a battlefield, not our neighborhoods or communities. Now, don't get me wrong, I support the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms. I appreciate and value this fundamental constitutional right to protect myself and my family and as a safeguard against tyranny. After my family business was robbed at gunpoint around a decade ago, we got a .40 caliber Glock to protect ourselves. However, no constitutional right, including the right to bear arms, is absolute. And certainly, a state law that prohibits a gun in a place of worship is not an unconstitutional infringement of the Second Amendment that would threaten our democratic republic, compared to, say, trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, or a threat to this country such as trying to undermine the rights of citizens to vote. Like many other bills debated this year, this bill once again undermines local control. In Section 3, lines 115 to 119, it prohibits any municipality, county, or consolidated government from prohibiting the discharge of a firearm on a parcel of land that is 10 acres or more. What if this 10-acre parcel of land is next to an elementary school, a nursing home, a hospital? How many 10-acre parcels of land exist in the metro Atlanta area? Is it too much to ask members in this body to respect local control, with the understanding that the needs of urban and suburban Georgia may be different to the needs of rural Georgia? Now, in Section 4 of this bill, lines 139 and 148, this section it mandates local governments to auction off any firearms they may acquire every 12 months if they obtain 5 or more firearms. How many local governments in urban and suburban areas likely have 5 or more firearms in their inventory compared to local governments in rural Georgia? I have concerns this bill will unfairly burden suburban and urban local governments and will increase the prevalence of firearms in more densely populated areas. If a local government does not hold an auction every 12 months, per line 142 to 143, a person simply interested in acquiring that firearm may bring a lawsuit. They may bring an action in mandamus or other proceeding to compel the disposition. The bill allows any interested person to sue local governments, even if that person who sues a local government from a mandatory firearm auction doesn't get the gun. That's extreme. If y'all don't know, that is extreme. While anyone may bid and apparently sue local governments, lines 151 and 152 state that transfers of such firearms shall only be to licensed dealers and manufacturers. What do y'all think a licensed gun dealer is going to do with guns that they may obtain? Sell them, of course. And what do you think that's going to result in? This bill will put more guns on our streets, more guns in our communities and neighborhoods. As 70% of Georgians oppose concealed carry, I think it would be safe to assume that a majority of Georgians do not want to allow guns in places of worship and have more guns in our communities that increase the risk of gun violence in our neighborhoods. So if you want to do the will of the people, vote no to this bill. If you want to put God first, not guns, now is a time to demonstrate your faith with actions, not merely words. If you are pro-life and want to protect the life of all Georgians, if you want to protect your communities, vote no to this extreme, harmful, and radical bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We have a minority report. Chair recognizes the Minority Caucus Whip, Representative Wilkerson, to present the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we have a lot of important measures to take care of, the budget, the tax bill. So I promise not to take more than 18 of the 20 minutes I'm allotted. So I'm here today to speak against Senate Bill 259. This legislation is not needed, and if you refer to your booklets, the minority party has filed a report in opposition to Senate Bill 259. We actually did that back on April 1st of 2022. The minority, we disagreed with the committee's due pass recommendation of Senate Bill 259. Senate Bill 259 is more guns in more hands in more places bill. It forces churches to post, notice, and file trespass charges simply to enforce the right to be free of firearms. It preempts local communities from attempting to keep families and neighborhoods safe by setting common sense limits on when and where individuals can carry firearms. Finally, it preempts local jurisdictions from making the choice in the best interest of their local community as to how to dispose of confiscated weapons by forcing auctions of 5 or more firearms. As such, we urge this body to vote no. And then in accordance with Rule 56 of the Clerk of the House, we filed this minority report right here, and we submitted it to everybody. So many of you may ask, what is Rule 56? As we debate this bill, you may ask yourself, what is Rule 56? So Rule 56 is actually that all reports of the committee shall be in writing wherever practical. Each committee shall include in its report on each general bill or resolution a brief resume of the bill, and that's what we did here. We talked about what was wrong with this bill. And if the committee wants to so order, the clerks give a majority, they print it, they distribute it to the members of the House, and the majority, the minority of the committee must do it, but not less than 2 members may make it in writing. So what that means, basically, if you have 4 people that vote no, we have to get at least 3. Now, if there's 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans, it kind of muddies it up a little bit because we have to get at least, a majority of both parties. And that gets a little hard sometimes. So I've kind of explained what led us to where we are right now. So what I'm going to do is the chairman of my good friend walked through the bill a little bit, but a lot's going on and we're really busy and we've got a lot to do, so I'm going to walk through it again if you're okay with that. You okay with that? You okay with that? You okay with that? Okay, so Chapter 11 of Title 16 of the Georgia Code of Georgia Annotated. In the beginning, now tonight you have to be careful because usually this tells you what the bill's about. But today there may be some things, like earlier I thought I was voting on casinos and it was trees. So I just want the voters to know that sometimes as we are making good legislation, the titles get changed sometimes. So I'm going to move into the bill because it has some things that change. We changed the definition of a place of worship. On lines 52 and 53, we strike out in a place of worship unless the governing body or authority of the place of worship permits carrying of firearms by long gun holders, by license holders. And then further, we kind of, 65 through 68, we remove the fines. Oh, the majority whip told me I lost my place, so I'm going to go back a little bit. So yeah, 65 through 68, we struck that out. And then on lines 79, though, I am concerned about involuntarily. So we removed the voluntary hospitalization and say, as long as a person knows that something's going on and then you force them into the hospital, then this applies. But if they go willingly, even though they have an issue, then this doesn't apply to them. 95 talks about the database prohibition. The term multi-jurisdictional should mean two or more, among more than one department or agency. Because when you have multi-jurisdictional, it's multiple. It was kind of like, what was that movie? Eddie Murphy, it wasn't 48 Hours, Beverly Hills Cop. It was a multi-jurisdictional task force because it was multiple jurisdictions that were task forcing together. So that's what that kind of means right there. So we move on to 115 and 116, the 10 acres or more. 10 acres is kind of random because I know in Cobb County we do have some pieces of land that could be right next to a neighborhood that have 10 acres. So the 10 acres is kind of arbitrary. We could have said 15, we could have said 5, but 10 I think is very arbitrary. And for a bill this important, I don't think we should be arbitrary. We could have worked together to kind of clean up that language. I've got mandamus. What's my attorney's? Mandamus? I went to school that got mandamus. It's like a writ of law, mandamus. So, what was that? Okay. So, as you walk through the bill, you can see that there are some parts that people may like. As we move on to, lines 206, I know a lot of people worked on that, but you can't just take a piece of the bill and vote on a piece of the bill. You have to vote on the bill all in totality, right? In totality. So I'm asking you to look at every underline and added line and look at it together. And I do want to thank you all for walking through this with me. You're welcome. And as we go to the end of the bill, I think that pretty much covers most of it. Section 8 talks about ammunition reloading. And then, wow, this is interesting. We move on to the prohibition of manufacture, sale of firearms and ammunition. So, as the speakers before me said, this is not the time nor place for this type of legislation, and that's why we filed the minority report in accordance with House Rule 56. And I will ask you to please strongly consider, look in your heart. Think about your family and friends. And I'm asking you to really think about what this bill does to Georgians and to vote No. Mr. Speaker, I try not to take up the whole time, but I would yield to any questions if there are any. Mr. Speaker, I believe there's no questions, so I will yield the well. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Previous question having been ordered, is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 259. The ayes are 94, the nays are 67. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes Chairman Werkheiser for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move that this House adopt the Conference Committee on House Bill 1425.
Chairman Werkheiser has moved that this House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1425. The clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The Committee on Conference on HB 1425 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions and that the attached committees of conference substitute for HB 1425 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the Senate, Watson of the 1st, Strickland of the 17th, Burke of the 11th. For the House of Representatives, Werkheiser of the 157th, Holcomb of the 81st, Gravely of the 67th.
Chair recognizes Chairman Werkheiser to explain the Committee of Conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a sizable bill, but I'll go through it really quick. But I've got to thank some people first. This has been a multi-year process. I want to thank the Speaker's office for his involvement and for getting behind this so that we could get this moved along. Lieutenant Governor's office, Governor Kemp and his army of lawyers who kept us in check, and then the conferees. We had 3 lawyers, 2 doctors, and then there was me, so I guess I get to read it. Real quick, Section 2 adds, as you know previously, we had a Class 1, or 2 Class 1, which are large licenses, and 4 Class 2s. We're adding a Class 3, which is the same as a Class 1, and a Class 4, which is the same as a Class 2. We'll get to that later. Section 3 is fines and remedies for violations. Section 4 is the dispensaries, the rules and regulations for those developed by the State Board of Pharmacy, which gives 5 dispensaries per all 4 classes, and that's the same for the land-grant universities. Section 5 is the Medical Cannabis Commission Oversight Committee. Section 6 and 7 states that DOAS, Department of Administrative Services, not the Commission, shall develop a process for reviewing Class 1 and 2 licenses in the event that a license has been revoked or surrendered and there's a replacement. Section 8, this gets into the Class 3, which is again the same as a Class 1, so it's the 100,000 square foot facility, and then 2 more Class 4s, which is the same as a Class 3, which are the 50,000 square foot facilities. No new application fees will be required. You've got to have product in 12 months, and then no state employee or elected official cannot own more than 5%. Section 9 requires a tracking system for the product. Section 10 requires a retrospective study on minority and women-owned businesses. If the requirements are not met, a license can be awarded to replace that. Section 11 changes the 3,000 foot barrier down to 2,000 feet. Section 12 explains the testing of the product for potency, foreign matter, pesticides, and other related items. Section 13 is protecting trade secrets and balancing what should be discovered through open records, and to clear up all that confusion we've had here recently. Section 14 is the meat of it and the big change. So, as you know, we've got 6 folks out there who are potentially awarded a license. That this allows the commission, through using the Department of Administrative Services, to review the scoring, not to rescore, but to review, and then using a third-party consultant and then get back with the commission by June 7th. And then wrapping it up, all protests and lawsuits will now go straight to the statewide business court, and then the commission shall issue a new request for proposals for those other 63 people, provided that they drop their protest and or lawsuits, and they will be eligible to apply for those 3 and 4s. And that's the bill. Our whip is telling me to hurry up, so if you got any questions, ask him.
Do you have some questions if you yield?
I'll do maybe 1 or 2.
Chair recognizes Dean Smyrie to your left for a question.
To the gentleman, yeah, you yield.
Yes, sir.
You know, when we start talking about this cannabis and the last bill we had, now, correct me, on this one, how many licenses are included in Class 1 and Class 2? How many total licenses are we talking about?
There's going to be 9 total. So Class 1 is going to be the original 2. Class 2 is going to be 4. Class 3, which is the same as a 1, is going to be an additional 1. And then Class 4, which is equivalent to a Class 2, is going to be 2 more. So if my math is right, that's 9 total licenses.
So I want to make sure that the gentleman, in the last bill we had, there were 6 licenses, 2 and 4 in both classifications. Is that right?
Those stay.
Those stay?
Yes, sir.
So this is an additional there.
We're adding 3 more.
Okay, one last question.
Yeah.
Fort Valley and the University of Georgia were given discretionary power in our last piece of legislation. In other words, they had direct opportunity to go directly to the marketplace and partner with the University of Georgia could partner, and Fort Valley State could partner with someone in the business to retrofit their area. Is that's
all that stayed in the bill?
Okay. All right.
And so far, Fort Valley is participating. University of Georgia is kind of standing back on that right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take 1 more.
Chair recognizes Chairman Powell to your right for a question.
Parliamentary Inquiry.
This is not a question.
That's to you.
Sir?
Is this directed to
Oh, will the gentleman yield? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I was trying to look through this bill.
Me too.
If the gentleman might tell me, we knew that when we looked through interviewed the Cannabis Commission, there appeared to be a considerable amount of concern that we had in the committee that dealt with accusations that of those first 6 that were tentatively granted, that a lot of them weren't eligible. notably one in particular that stood out to me because they had a facility that was within the 3,000-foot boundary of the current law. And now I see in this bill on page 16, line 390, that y'all, in this report, that y'all have now reduced that 3,000 to 2,000 feet. Could you explain to me what that change was made for?
Because the 3,000 was close to a half a mile, and we looked at comparison to even the alcohol, which is 1,000 feet. This puts it 50% greater than that. It was just from the beginning, it was not to protect that, whoever that potential protestee was. From the beginning, that number was too high.
Will the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
I understand what you said, but under the terms of the law that was passed 3 years ago that license were supposedly scored and graded on, this company should have never been included for consideration by virtue of being outside the boundaries. But with all appearances, it seems like we're trying to fix something after the fact that I have concerns is going to promulgate more litigation that we already know is going to come. Would you agree or disagree to that?
Well, it doesn't matter what I think. In a room full of lawyers, they determined that because this bill repeals parts in the previous bill, that since there's a brand new bid process, that would go away, just so it would not have an effect on any current lawsuit.
Further inquiry.
Sure.
All right, we've created 3 new licensees, so who will be eligible to bid on those 3?
The other 63 folks who would not be awarded the first 6, and they would not have to pay a fee, but they would be eligible as long as there is a stipulation there that there is not a pending protest or a lawsuit from that company. That would disqualify you.
So are you saying that a company can abrogate their legal rights if they don't follow up with litigation if they filed a protest? Is that what you're saying?
Say that in layman terms.
Let me repeat that. So you're saying that one of the 16 protesters that would possibly be considered for one of the 3 licenses, but are you saying that they can't go through with that petition if they have filed litigation?
That is what I'm saying. They would have to drop that if they want to be eligible for one of the 3 additional licenses.
I'm not an attorney, but I don't think that you can give up your rights, especially after a law has been passed in effect that another law was not, or the process wasn't correct. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well and ask for your favorable
The
consideration.
gentleman has yielded the well. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1425, all those in favor of the adoption of the report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Bodie rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, on line 358, is it not true that minorities and women would not be considered for a study until 2025 as opposed to January the 1st, 2022?
Representative, I have not read the Conference Committee report yet. That's why I'm not voting. So, I mean, if your gentleman says that, I have no reason to question it. What purpose does Representative Fry rise? He waves. What purpose does Chairman Werkheiser rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
To my friend in front of me, the reason those dates actually are not really any different than the previous iteration, we just moved it back because we're 2 years further down the road, and we're actually looking whether those companies complied with the minority and women-owned participation. So it's not that we're delaying it, we're making sure that they do comply. And if they haven't complied, then the commission has the ability to assign a new license that does fit the women and minority-owned requirements.
Okay, have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Representative Bentley rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I believe that this bill would be very helpful to Fort Valley State University, which is the only land grant institution that's also a historically black institution for higher learning in the state of Georgia? Is that not true, what I believe, Mr.
I'm
Speaker?
sure the lady does believe that. What purpose does Representative Camp rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the longer that we delay bringing medical cannabis and having to do things that are not always legal to get the medicine they need to their children and family members?
I think the lady has spoken the truth. All right, final call. Have all members now voted? What purpose does the majority leader rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that we first addressed this issue in 2014? And we addressed this issue to help those in need in this state. And today, tonight, we are finally, isn't it true that we finally come up with a plan that is fair to all concerned? And isn't it further true, Mr. Speaker, this addresses a need that's a desperate need for the citizens of our state to utilize this product that makes a huge difference in the health of the people of this state. Isn't that true, Mr. Speaker?
I believe that is true, Mr. Leader. All right, have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of the conference committee report, on House Bill 1425, the ayes are 95, the nays are 73, and this House has adopted the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1425. Chair recognizes, the clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 441.
Senate Bill 441 by Senator Hatch, the 50th, Gooch, the 51st, and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia and data relating to courts in general, so as to provide for the reestablishment of the Criminal Case Data Exchange Board as an advisory board to the Council of Superior Court Clerks of Georgia.
Chair recognizes Chairman Gunter to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 441 revives the Criminal Case Data Exchange Board. We have a real problem with our GCIC documents in criminal court. When I served as a district attorney, one of the first things that I faced coming into office was filing cabinets full of warrants that had no disposition on them. These warrants could show up if you got stopped for a speeding or something like that. It doesn't seem, at least when I was doing this, that there was any one entity that made the entry of the disposition of the cases. Sometimes it was the district attorney's office doing it. Sometimes it was the clerk's office doing it. And the clerk's office would run into problems where you're arrested on one charge but indicted or accused on a different charge, all in the same case. It's a confusing, complicated system, and this is an effort to try and fix that. Now, there's two additions to this, this bill, sections 10 and 11. 10 is the original jurisdiction for the GBI to investigate election fraud, and section 11 is the subpoena portion of that. That was tacked onto this bill. I urge you to vote for this bill to clean up the criminal data in this state. and I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
You do not have any questions. I'm sorry. You do not have any questions. We have one member that wishes to be heard in speaking against the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise to ask you to vote no on this bill because just like when I spoke on SB 89, this bill also includes language that our boards of elections have said we do not need, but also we do not need to give the GBI this jurisdiction over the elections. We just don't need to do it, or investigating elections. And so I already gave my speech on SB 89, so I will not repeat the entire thing, but here's what I will say. This bill, they added that language because for some reason they really, really want it. And something that one of my colleagues said earlier in their speech, I think it's important. And a lot of people were talking and, and mingling, and they weren't really listening. But the point that he made was a good point. Giving the GBI this power and authority gives the governor the power and authority to basically stop the counting of ballots if they feel like they might not be getting the outcome that they want based on exit polls. And like he said, you might trust the current governor, but do you trust every single governor after that? You don't even know who that's going to be. And so it's really important that we're very careful about the duties that we give to certain entities. And it's very important that we're very careful not to intermingle or blur the separation of powers in our state. Because if elections are going to matter, and if we want people to actually have faith and confidence in our elections, we would not give the governor the authority to basically tell the GBI to investigate an election that they might be losing. So just think about that when you're about to cast your ballot, because I do think that's a very important consideration, and I thank my colleague for bringing that up. And I don't really have anything else to say about the other sections of this bill. I wish that language had not been added, but with the addition of that language, we are setting a very dangerous precedent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 441, the ayes are 98, the nays are 69. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, we've got, I know we've got a lot to get done in a short time to get there, but we also have some people that are here that we could not do our jobs if it weren't for them. We're going to start with an all-star group, and that's the Office of Legislative Counsel. Let's give them a big hand. Clerk will read the chair recognizes Chairman England for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House recede from its position on House Bill 911 and adopt the Committee of Conference report.
Chairman England has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 911 and adopt the Committee of Conference report. The clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The Committee of Conference on House Bill 911 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to HB 911 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the House of Representatives, England of the 116th, Jones the 47th, Burns the 159th. For the Senate, Tillery the 19th, Miller of the 49th, Dugan of the 30th.
The chair recognizes Chairman England to explain the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 911.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have one little last bit of business to do before we do a few more last bits of business. I do want to thank our House Budget and Research Office staff. Y'all see them every day here at the Capitol, and we work with them year round, and I want to just tell them again how much we appreciate them and the work that they do. Also want to again thank my administrative assistant, Miss Ashley Newton, downstairs, that keeps us fed during the many hours that we're involved in the Conference Committee report, making sure that we stay nourished. And also our friends in the Senate, Chairman Tillery, the Senate Budget and Evaluation Office as well. The governor and OPB built a firm foundation for us to build upon as we worked on this budget that is before you this evening. This $30.2 billion budget represents about a 10.8% increase over last year. Just a real quick overview of what you're going to see in front of you. One, trust funds. As you remember, one of the things that the late Chairman Powell had felt very passionately about was making sure that trust funds were being spent on the things that they were being collected for. So House Bill 511, this is the first budget that you will see before you that actually incorporates all of those pieces as they were meant to be. Number two, education. As we have talked about already, the governor's mentioned and others have mentioned, this is the largest investment the state of Georgia has ever made into K-12 education at $11.8 billion. It's the fulfillment of the raised promise that he made early on of $5,000 to our teachers. And so that is all included in this budget as well. In higher education, an additional $230 million into the teaching formula to erase and replace those student fees that were initiated a decade ago. You'll also see the incorporation of Senate Bill 397, which reconstitutes the existing HOPE GED program to a modern high school equivalency exam grant that pays for taking those equivalency exams and removes yet another obstacle for that completion and that accomplishment. You'll also see the gap funding that Chairman Martin has worked so hard on in House Bill 1435 for the completion grants for those folks just right at the end of their college careers but needing a little help to get over the hump. And then finally, something new that was an idea of my Senate colleague, Chairman Tillery, is $2.5 million in the Board of Regents to allow for our rising high school seniors in our foster care system to actually visit college campuses and experience that college sensation that they might not get any other way. Third is our salary increases. You'll see that through just about every line in this budget, but you'll also see in each of those lines as well the first COLA for our state retirees in 14 years. But giving a $5,000 cost of living adjustment to our state employees for a cost of roughly $612 million, lifting our entire workforce as they continue to perform flawlessly for us across this state. You saw targeted raises, or you see targeted raises for our correctional officers, those that are in our state prisons across the state, working to make sure that all of those that are there are safe and that we are on the outside are safe as well. You'll see additions for behavioral health nurses and aides throughout DBHDD. But the two things I want to draw your attention to have been two things that are House priorities and have been House priorities. And that's item number 4, which deals with law enforcement and behavioral health. You'll see throughout the document additions in GBI and other law enforcement agencies as it adds to their staffing capabilities, not only for human trafficking, but for gang-related work, but also in behavioral health. As the governor today signed House Bill 1013, you'll see throughout this document those things, those corresponding budget entries that are required to fund that much needed upgrade in our system here in the state of Georgia. With the COLA for employees in DBHDD and the other investments made in that program area, you'll see in this budget added over $180 million, $180 million to help folks that are having difficulties here in our state and those that will be served and helped by House Bill 1013. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been on your desk now for several hours. I've fielded many questions. And on your desk also you'll find the budget highlights that the House Budget and Research Office puts together each year. You'll also find under Chair Lady Dempsey's card an outline of the House Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities package, as well as under Chairman Hitchens' card, you'll also see the House Law Enforcement package spelled out on your desk in the spreadsheet as well. Mr. Speaker, I have answered many questions at my desk this evening and this afternoon, and I don't know that there's anything left to be asked based on the questions that have been asked. So at that point, unless you would wish for me to, I will not take any questions. And for one final time, Mr. Speaker, I yield this well.
Chairman England has yielded the well for the final time. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 911, all those in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 911, the ayes are 160, the nays are 5. State of Georgia has a budget for fiscal year 23. All right, I want to recognize a couple of 3 groups real quick. Angela Holland over in the ante room. Is she over there? We owe a great debt of gratitude to those who protect us while we're working here. Let's give a big shout out to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Capitol Police. And that includes the Georgia State Patrol. We got the IT department and staff here under Director Brian Hurst. From the Human Resources Office, Director Donald Cronin and Allie Martin, the intern coordinator. And while they're here, the House Budget and Research Office and staff under Director Martha Wigden, Deputy Director Christine Murdoch. I'm told that the House Media Services, which does so much good work, is still working and can't leave the equipment. But we have Betsy, the manager, up here, and the House Messenger. And that includes Justin, Camille, Franklin, Michael, Madeline, Kelsey, August, and Alex. What about Corey Mulkey? Is he around back there somewhere? Corey Mulkey, our post office director. All right, we'll come back to some more here momentarily. Clerk will read the caption to SR 504. Rick.
Senate Resolution 504 by Senator Mullis, 53rd, Hatch to the 50th, Anderson the 24th, and others, a resolution recognizing the significant role that Native American tribes have played in Georgia in dedicating a tree on the state capitol grounds in their honor.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm honored to bring before you Senate Resolution 504. This recognizes the significant role Native American tribes have played in Georgia. There are 3 recognized tribes in Georgia: the Lower Muskogee Creek Tribe, the Cherokee of Georgia, and the Georgia Tribe of the Eastern Cherokee. Native American Day here at the Capitol will be November 17, 2022. We had a great celebration this year while we were here during redistricting. It was a lovely ceremony and was well attended. What this resolution does is direct and authorize the planting of a peace tree on the Capitol grounds. The tree that is known as the peace tree is the Georgia red cedar, a lovely evergreen fragrant plant. I hope they'll join me in getting this peace tree planted here on the Capitol grounds this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Resolution 504. The ayes are 164, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes Representative Gullett for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 974.
Representative Gullett has moved that we agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 974. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 974 by Representative Gullett of the 19th, Governor of the 8th, Scoggins the 14th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to recordation and registration of deeds and other instruments so as to require electronic filing.
Recognizes Representative Gullett to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is related to e-files of Superior Court clerks of e-filing residential documents. The Senate added back the ability to mail in these filings. So today, this would allow every clerk to receive it electronically through e-file, mail, or in person. So this just makes every clerk receive an e-file, or have the ability to receive an e-file. Happy to answer any questions.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 974, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 974. Chair recognizes Representative Douglas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I move that House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1283.
Representative Douglas has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1283. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1283 by Representative Douglas the 78th and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 15 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 entitled 20, the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to miscellaneous provisions under the Quality Basic Education Act so as to provide for recess for students in kindergarten grades 1 through 5.
Chair recognizes Representative Douglas to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time we had communications with the governor's office that we hadn't had the first couple times. And the only change that we negotiated is that lines 27 to 29 be eliminated, but we shall have recess. I yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1283, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 159, the nays are 6. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1283. The chair recognizes the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 1437.
Chairman Blackman has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1437. The clerk will read the conference committee report.
The committees on conference on House Bill 1437 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions and that the attached committees of conference substitute to House Bill 1437 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the Senate, Dugan of the 30th, Gooch of the 51st, Huffstetler of the 52nd. For the House, Blackman of the 146th, Williamson of the 115th, Martin of the 49th.
Chair recognizes Chairman Blackman to explain the Committee of Conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hours late, I'll try to move through this quickly, but we came to an agreement with the Senate. Going over a couple of changes as the House passed version is that this bill again rolls the deductions into a higher standard exemption, personal exemption of $12,000 for single, $18,500 to begin with, and graduated up to a $24,000 plus the $3,000 for dependents. We move the rate down to a flat 5.49% and graduate that down to 4.99% over time. We are currently one of 3 states that allows the double deduction on state income tax. So we remove that from itemizers, but itemizers stay whole. We see savings across the board. In fact, we haven't been able to find anybody that pays any more at all. Everybody either pays 0 or less under this plan. It makes us more competitive in a very competitive region. With regards to our workforce, it's simple, fair, and it allows hardworking Georgians to keep more of their hard-earned money. Once again, this bill allows $1 billion back in the pockets of hardworking Georgians. And I certainly want to thank so many people, the Senate, especially Bruce and Chuck, Representative Williamson and Representative Martin for their hard work. And Mr. Speaker, I truly want to thank you for your leadership with regards to cutting taxes for hardworking Georgians. And I even want to thank, as lousy as he was to me the other day, my roommate, Chairman Hogan, for doing virtually nothing at all. With that, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1437, all those in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does the Minority Caucus Whip, Representative Wilkerson, rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that many of my caucus colleagues voted no on this bill, but once the bill was improved, that many of us are voting yes to give Georgians back hard-earned money?
Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive, baby. Representative Al Williams said that's because he talked to him. What purpose does Representative Bentley rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that if the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee was still in the well, I would have asked him, how would this bill impact the funeral home industry?
Well, if you'd have read it, you would have noticed he put in an exemption in there for funeral expenses. So, never mind. What purpose does Representative Williamson rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hesitate to ask parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Even though he was kind of mean to Chairman Hogan, is it not true that Chairman Blackman worked tirelessly without sleep over the last 48 hours trying to bring this much improved measure to the citizens of Georgia? Is that not true?
I would strongly concur with that. And because of him, the taxpayers of Georgia will be paying less money on their taxes. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion to adopt the conference committee report. The ayes are 167, the nays are 2. This House has adopted the conference committee report on House Bill 1437. Chair recognizes Chairman Carson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move this House agree to the conference committee report on House Bill 517.
Chairman Carson moves that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 517. The clerk will read the conference committee report.
The committees of conference on House Bill 517 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions and that the attached committees of conference substitute to House Bill 517 be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Payne of the 54th, Kennedy the 18th, Hofstetler the 52nd, Carson of the 46th, Dubnik of the 29th, Irwin of the 28th.
Chair recognizes Chairman Carson to explain the Committee of Conference report.
Thank you,
for House Bill 517.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hour is late, folks. This is House Bill 517. It concerns the Qualified Education Expense Program. This bill increases transparency and disclosure as per a number of the recommendations from the January 21 audit. It increases the overall cap to $120 million and stays flat. No increases beyond that. It allows usage of the credits for some of the credits against insurance premium tax. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your support for this issue. I want to thank Chairman Matt Dubnik and Representative Irwin with their insight and their hard work on this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the body's favorable consideration. And I yield the will.
On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 517, all those in favor of the adoption of the report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Park rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the Georgia Association of Education opposes this bill?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Is it
inquiry.
not? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that the Georgia Association of Education opposes this bill?
I haven't looked at their position in a long time,
Thank you.
Representative, so I can't tell you. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on 517. The ayes are 98, the nays are 68. This House has adopted the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 517. Is Bill new? Chair recognizes Chairman Todd Jones for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 389.
Chairman Jones has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 389. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 389 by Representative Jones, the 25th per charter, the 176th, Holly, the 111th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to employment security so as to change the definition of employment to include services performed by an individual for wages.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jones to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is late. We work with the Senate to make one major change between lines 47 and line 64. We put a carve out for the music industry. If there aren't any questions, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well.
You have no questions? On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 389. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 155, the nays are 12. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 389. Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should agree to the Senate substitute to HB 1044. HB 1044.
Chairman Perkle moves that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1044. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1044 by Representative Perkle, the 155th, Watson of the 172nd, England, the 116th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 62, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to development authority so as to provide for the creation of regional development authorities.
Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1044 provided the incentive for the development of regional development authorities using the Quality Jobs Tax Credit of the lowest tier. Passed this House 165-0, if you're wondering how you voted. The Senate added language that provided clarity for companies that are not responsible for charging franchise fees for satellite streaming services. Passed the Senate unanimously, was fully vetted in the House, and came out of the committee with unanimous support. It's a good bill. Thank you for your support on this.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1044, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 156, the nays are 9. This House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1044. Chair recognizes Representative Gravely for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House to HB 275.
Representative Gravely moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 275 as amended by the House. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 275 by Representative McDonald of the 26th, Hatchett of the 150th, Powell of the 32nd, and others being titled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 25, of Article 3 of Chapter 11 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia and Tenor relating to general provisions relative to firefighter standards and training and to emergency medical services personnel.
Chair recognizes Representative Gravely to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that we voted 99% the other day on those that donate organs to other individuals so that they can continue living. The bill is known as Giving the Gift of Life Act. The only change that we have done to this bill is that we have taken the $10,000 tax deduction for those individuals and we've moved it to $25,000. So that they can have this tax deduction for expenses that it took, the time off from work, anything that's involved with donating this organ to this other individual so that they can continue living. That's the only change, the tax deduction from $10,000 to $25,000. The House amended it that way. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for questions.
Is there any, you have no questions. Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? The chair hears none and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 275 as amended by this House, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 275. The nays are 1. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 275 as amended by this House. Chair recognizes Representative Wade for a motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to make a motion to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1084 as amended by the House.
Representative Wade has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1084 as amended by the House. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1084 by Representative Wade of the 9th, Jones of the 47th, Dubnik of the 29th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to prevent the use of and reliance upon curricular or training programs which act upon, promote, or encourage certain concepts.
Chair recognizes Representative Wade to explain his motion.
Thank you, Speaker. This House amendment to Senate substitute House Bill 1084 is to ensure that in Georgia, under Title 20, that this bill will protect K-12 students and provide a safe and fair environment for learning and athletics. You'll note that we have House Bill 1084 passed in the House and Senate, and then we are adding in the Oversight Committee for the Georgia High School Association with appointments by the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, Georgia School Board Association, Georgia School Boards, Georgia School Superintendent, as well as statewide associations of high school athletics. That's the amendment, and I yield the well. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? There is objection. Does the gentleman move? Does the gentleman move? Gentleman moves. On the gentleman's motion that the House adopt the House amendment, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? We're only adopting the House amendment. We'll come back to take parliamentary inquiries on the main question. If all members have voted, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of the House amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 69. This House has adopted the House amendment. Now, on the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1084 as amended by this House, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Wilson rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that we should be clear about what we're voting on in this bill? That the bill sponsor failed to mention that this bill now adds the transgender sports ban. It's starting at line 70, and that passing this bill will be inconsistent with the theme of what we have adopted in the House this year, and that is of promoting mental health for Georgians, that this bill targets the most vulnerable Georgians, transgender youth, that it sets us up not just to be on the wrong side of history and morality, but also on the wrong end of litigation.
Well, certainly I respect the gentleman's view on that. I think that is something that's open to different viewpoints. What purpose does Representative Mitchell rise?
It's not working.
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that members of this body value the skills and camaraderie that come from sports and value their children participating? And is it not further true that the members of this body who are parents understand that one of the primary things they want for their own children is to be able to be fulfilled in their K through 12 education and come out the other end alive? And is it not further true that parents of trans children carry an extra burden because they know the risks for their own children for this simple ask are higher than for the rest of our community? And therefore doing something like this, which takes extra feeling of belonging away from children who are at higher risk, is something that would at a minimum deserve a floor debate so that the children of Georgia who will be removed from being able to play sports with their peers understand that some of us are out here fighting for them and valuing them, and that we want them alive and included more than anything. Is that not true?
I respect the lady's position on that. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that it is a shame that this bill only targets transition from male to female and is inconsistent with the GOP's obsession with children who are going through medical transitions and deserve access to sports? Is it not true that I am ashamed of this house?
Okay, we're going to do one more and then that's it. What purpose does Representative Stacey Evans rise?
Parliamentary Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that if I heard it once, if I heard it twice, if I heard it 5 times, if I heard it 10 times, that parents know what is best for their kids in this house and that they should be able to make the choice of how they want their children to participate in school and what they want them to do in school, and that this bill, this amendment, flies directly in the face of that statement that we have heard time and time again? Isn't that true?
I appreciate the passion around the issue, but this is not a rally, as I've said earlier. Okay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 98, the nays are 71. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1084 as amended by the House. Representative Cannon, are you wanting to rise?
I want to make a motion
What's your motion?
to reconsider this bill, for every member to know it's not too late to take a walk.
The lady has moved for reconsideration of the bill. All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed to reconsideration will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion for reconsideration, the ayes are 70, the nays are 99. The motion has failed. Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 469.
Chairman Stevens has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 469. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 469 by Representative Stevens, the 164th, Newton, the 123rd, and Buckner, the 137th, being titled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to the imposition rate and computation exemptions from state income taxes.
Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate came back with on a historic tax credit bill that is expiring this year. They put a 2-year sunset extension onto residential properties, 5 years for commercial properties with a $30 million cap. As you might recall from the Georgia Tech study, this gives the taxpayer a 3-to-1 return. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for your favorable consideration if there are no questions.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 469. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Carson rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from the vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 155, the nays are 11, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 469. All right, we have a few more groups that we need to say thank you to. First of all, the greatest office of the clerk in the United States, led by Clerk of the House Bill Riley, Assistant Clerk Crystal Roush, Scotty Long, Carrie Vick, Ryan Keene, and all of the members of the clerk's office. And the people who always make us happy when we get here in the morning, the doorkeepers. Pat Hanote and all the doorkeepers back there. Always smile and give me a hug, except Terry. I don't want a hug from Terry. Our house photographers, Ben Massey and Kate Lamb. Our house administrative assistants, our temporary session staff, and our house interns. Give them all a big hand. And if you'll indulge me to thank a great group of people that I know I got on their nerves a lot of times this year, the Speaker's office staff. Beginning with the two best interns we have ever had, Ty Crump and Tanya Zamora. Our session staff, Kim Aiken. And I know some guys that get really tired of me, but they take good care of me, and that's the troopers. Trooper David James. He's probably got a final on the North Carolina-Kansas game somewhere over there. Trooper Gerald Hanna. And our designated hitter, Trooper Chris Choi. The office staff. The office staff. Caleb McMicken, Communications. Kathy Little, Executive Assistant. Michelle Spearman, Executive Assistant. And a lady on her rookie season who did an amazing job as Director of Constituent Services, Deidre Powell. My Chief of Staff, Spiro Amburn. And one of the most outstanding members we have and most valuable, and he was not with us for the last 2 or 3 weeks because he was where he needed to be. Keith Williams. And helping Keith, who was always in touch with us every day, still is, watching us now, I'm sure, questioning me for some of my decisions tonight, but because of his not being able to be here, we had to pull in 2 people to do double duty. And I want to thank Leo Chansey from the Rules Committee office. And a young lady who made a return to the Capitol after many years being away, and I sure was glad to see her, Haley Galau. And then we have our externs. Where are they? Oh, over here. They're going to be great lawyers very soon. Thank all of you. Thank all of our staff here that make it work for us throughout the session. Chair recognizes Chairman Belton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree the Senate substitute to House Bill 972.
Chairman Belton has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 972. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 972 by Representative Belton, the 112th Gamble, the 15th Powell, the 32nd, and others being entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 10A, Title 43, the Fish Code of Georgia and Data relating to licensing provisions regarding professional counselors, social workers, and marriage and family therapists.
Chair recognizes Chairman Belton to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the licensed counselor bill. We passed this bill in conjunction with the military compact bill for licensed counselors. It adds 1,700 counselors to our Georgia almost immediately. The Senate added a little bit of inclusivity as well as the governor's office, and I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 972. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. You got Lauren McDonald.
Lauren McDonald, then the conference committee report.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 156, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 972. Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a motion.
I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1216.
Representative McDonald moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1216. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1216 by Representative McDonald, the 26th column, the 68th follow the 32nd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 15 of Chapter 6 and Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to serious traffic offenses so as to provide for enhanced penalties for violations of fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer.
On the gentleman, Chair recognizes Representative McDonald to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 1216.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1216.
Just a minute, gentlemen, will suspend. Does anybody's watch say midnight? Besides Representative West Cantrell? It's not midnight. We got a little bit more to do. So I want everybody to pay attention to the members in the well, and let's keep the noise to a minimum. Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1216 with some language added in Senate Judiciary, and then once it got on the Senate floor, they struck the language. So the bill is back to the original version as it left this House. This is part of Governor Kemp's Public Safety Initiative, Fleeing and Eluding. I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1216. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 96, the nays are 67. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1216. Chair recognizes Representative Gullett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the conference report for Senate Bill 218, number 2.
Representative Gullett moves that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 218. Clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The Committee's conference on Senate Bill 218, recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions, that the attached committees of the conference substitute to Senate Bill 218 be adopted. For the Senate, Robertson the 29th, Tillery the 19th, Walker the 20th. For the House of Representatives, Efstration of the 104th, Gaines the 117th, Gullett of the 19th.
On the adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 218. All those in favor of the adoption of the conference committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Chair recognizes Chairman Martin for a motion. Sorry. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 218. The ayes are 98, the nays are 62. And this House has adopted the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 218. Now, Chair recognizes Chairman Martin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1435.
Chairman Martin moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1435. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1435 by Representative Martin of the 49th, Jones of the 47th, McDonald of the 26th, to be entitled an act to amend subpart 2A, part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3, entitled 20 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to the needs-based financial aid program so as to include eligibility for students with a financial aid gap.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to explain his motion.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the gap funding measure that we passed with overwhelming support. The Senate just added additional reporting language in the last section of the bill, 20-3-365. It didn't change anything about the program, just provides reporting. I ask the House's favorable consideration, and we can get this gap funding to our students. With that, I yield the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1435, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Oh. Okay. We'll come up with a solution. Hang on up there. Okay. House will come to order. We're in the middle of a vote. So here's what we're going to do to our members up in the gallery. The clerk will call your name and you will, well, now I'm told the tablets are back on. Is that true? Okay. Then we will vote. Have all members now voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 154, the nays are 4. And this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1435. Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House accept the motion. Y'all know we're all tired. This is the I gotta get out.
Chairman Dempsey moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1355. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1355 by Representative Dempsey, the 13th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 41 and Title 31 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia entitled related to lead poisoning prevention.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey to explain her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple change. There is one tiny change, and they actually took it back to our original language. So I ask that you support this measure to prevent lead poisoning.
On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1355, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Chair recognizes, I'm sorry, have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 153, the nays are 5. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1355. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts for a motion.
Woohoo! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1405.
Representative Roberts has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1405. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1405 by Representative Roberts, the 52nd and others, being titled an act to amend Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to local government so as to revise the zoning procedures law.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts to explain her motion.
Okay, real quick. Great amendments over in the Senate. One was initiated by me so that I didn't conflict with Representative Leverett's HB 916. We cleared that up, so that was great. And then we've also added Chuck Martin's HB 1406, which simply provides more transparency when county and city governments make text amendments that change from single family to multifamily. I would ask for your favorable consideration, please. Thank you so much.
On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1405, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Tabled what? On the lady's motion, has all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1405, the ayes are 130, the nays are 25, and this House has agreed. Chair recognizes Chairman Gaines for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1516.
Chairman Gaines moves that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1516. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1516 by Representative Gaines, the 117th and others, being entitled an act to amend Part 10 of Article 7, Chapter 3, Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to Georgia Music Hall of Fame Authority so as to provide for definition.
Chair recognizes Chairman Gaines to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate simply changed some appointments to the board, and all in agreement, unanimous support. And Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and ask for the body's favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 157, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1516. The chair recognizes the majority leader of the House for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that this House now adjourn sine die.
The majority leader has moved, and the chair hereby declares the 2022 session of the Georgia House adjourned sine die.